Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. And a pleasant good afternoon to everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, a Wednesday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. 8 races are scheduled. Got about 54 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes, and I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, we've got no changes in races 1, 2, or 3. Skip over to race number 4. Now, race number 4 has the start of the pick 5. We have a carryover, $13,617 and change. You can round it up, if you will, to $618, but the pick 5 carryover starts in the 4th race, and no changes in race 4. 5th race do have a scratch of number 3, Montauk Mystique. Number 3, Montauk Mystique, a scratch from race number 5. Race number 6. No changes in race 6. In race 7, do have a couple of scratches. Scratch number 5, Ava's Uncle Billy, and number 7, Asleep at 8. Ava's Uncle Billy, Asleep at 8, 5 and 7 out of the 7th. 8th and final, scratch number 9, Pure Elegance. Number 9, Pure Elegance, a scratch from the 8th and final. That's a look at the scratches and changes here at Finger Lakes on a gorgeous Wednesday afternoon. Got about 52 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave will be next. Have fun and good luck.
All right, welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice, and another nice day out there as we're just hitting summer here soon. A couple more weeks will be officially summer. But we're running Monday through Wednesday throughout the season, so we've got a Wednesday card today. We've got a little bit of a carryover. 13,000, just a mini carryover, but it does add to the pool and add to the appeal. Over $13,000 in that late pick 5. So it starts in race number 4. Looks like it's a difficult. I thought today's card was very competitive, very difficult. I thought yesterday looked a lot easier, but what do you know? The track was very tiring, favoring closer types yesterday. The times were slow, and we got some prices. Man, did we get some prices. It was, I think Front Speed won the first, but it was like a 2 to 5 shot that won the first. And I don't think Inside Speed won the rest of the day. It was that one late run from the 2 or 3 path that caught the speed every time down the stretch. And we were getting some prices. And what the Aquilano barn waking up yesterday. Took a midday double, both with long shots. Very good trainer over the years, Aquilano, him and his son, they do good work. And haven't had the stock they used to, but they're obviously a very good outfit. And man, you wake that barn up, they'll go on a tear. But a couple wins yesterday on that tiring racetrack for the Aquilano barn. You had a bunch of long shots throughout the whole pick 5. I think it was alerted that, what was it, something like 5 of the 8 races was won by female trainers. Congratulations to our female trainers. It's hard to even say it because they're just as good here as the men. Even the jockeys are as good as the men here at Finger Lakes. And so a good day for the female trainers yesterday. Deborah Breed had a win. I think off the top of my head, Dana Saul had one, and just a good day all around. But really, from a handicapper standpoint, there's a couple horses I had a really difficult time coming up with. They just got the right kinds of trips. As I think one of the horses closed on a 48 in a sprint. So that was just telling you the track was tiring. I don't know how it's going to play today. I really couldn't tell anything from the works. We'll see how the first race goes, how the first couple races go, to see if this track's going to be similar to yesterday. But it was very slow, very tiring, very different from the track we had last week. But it played havoc with the results yesterday, and that's why we have a pick 5 carryover today. I don't know if any favorites won in that late pick 5. I don't know where you were going to single. I guess if you like somebody, you single, spread out a little bit. That's how you get lucky. Happens. I think Nurka Huerta's won with that. That was the other one. A finalist won and a sprint. Tough horses come up with. All right, first race. A starter condition. Optional claiming, 8,000 is the tag. Yeah, they're all in for the starter condition, so no worries about the claim. Nobody's up for sale in this race. Can Miss Stones make it 2 in a row? If the track's like yesterday, not sure if she can. But I'm going to handicap for a fair racetrack, hoping that they evened it out overnight and this morning. Miss Stones got in front of Mamba Gigi and never looked back because she was just too good for the 11 and 9s coming off the layoff. Moves to a logical spot here to the starter condition as she's eligible for it. And is just better than these. But I guess the question is, I mean, she was kind of unchallenged. She broke to the lead. Mama Gigi didn't really go after her. Didn't matter. She wouldn't have been able to anyway, and I think she would have won no matter what. Tougher task today, but she's a speed again, and she's quicker than Lady Serenity. Lady Serenity would be the other one inside, but she's faster than that horse. If she breaks well, she could get the front and be awfully tough in this race to make it 2 in a row. It is kind of a step up in class off of the win, but she's going good. Yeah, imagine if we got some rain. This horse absolutely loves an off track. The one charge nurse would like a bigger price than 4 to 1 on this horse because she's generally a longer distance horse than 5.5 furlongs. So the distance might be a little short for her. She did finish 3rd in her only start, going 5.5. And she does have some fitness, and you could argue those optional claimers that she's coming out of at Charlestown are tougher than these. And she's had success here. She's got a 5-time winner here at Finger Lakes, mostly routes that she's won at. But another one, like Miss Stones, who's better than most of these, Charge Nurse is better than these. It's just a question of the distance. If they were running a route, yeah, Charge Nurse would be top choice, no question. But they're not. Then it comes down to, I think it's evenly matched for the other placings. I mean, you got Lady Serenity. Depends what she does. If she tries to duel with Miss Stones, that might be her undoing. She does seem like a horse that needs the lead, and there could be a big effect on the race one way or the other. I think Lady Serenity is the key to the race. What she does early, if she could keep up with Miss Stones, or at least keep that one honest. If she's in chase mode, she probably fades. I don't know how good Tasty Wave is, but she pulled off an upset in the beginning, and really her last race is better than it looks. She chased for a while. Zen Lu ended up holding on the inside, and she didn't fade till late. But I did use Kaz Music for third, just from last year's form. I mean, Kaz Music had a big season. She was owning the starter conditions in the sprints, similar to this one. So if she was doing well in these kind of conditions last year, you got to think after a couple starts this year, if she could get back into form, she should be awfully tough in here and have something to run at. The track's like yesterday, at least she could put a closing kick in late. She's got the perfect running style for yesterday's track, more of a stalk and pounce type trip, especially if Lady Serenity sends from the inside and keeps Miss Stones from clearing. That could really help a horse like Kaz Music. Plays either way as far as if you're playing exactas, tries whatever she plays. I mean, she's only hit the board once in 5 starts at the distance, so she's a better 6 furlong horse. But the one time she did hit the board at the distance was a win, so guess you got that. 6-1-4 in the first. Again, I am handicapping for a fair racetrack. I am not going to fall in the trap. Of course, it might be a good trap if, assuming the track's like yesterday, it started throwing out speed horses. Then the track changes its speed, and then you got speed all day. So the best assumption when you're handicapping early is to make picks based on a fair racetrack, and then kind of watch as you go along. And if you're betting, you make your adjustments, because that's how you kind of play any racetrack. Second race is a never won 3, 5,000, going 6 furlongs. Just a slight edge here to adjustable rate. I mean, the big question is, did she need that last race? I mean, she was nowhere near getting to the front end as Moontown, who isn't even that fast, was able to clear her pretty early. She didn't break all that sharp, it seemed like. She was a little sluggish. And then she kind of chased and faded like a horse needing a race. So she should be sharper, second start off the layoff. It's another race that doesn't have a ton of early speed. I mean, that one didn't either. I thought she would be just as fast as Moontown. Really, the only speed is outside of her. She doesn't have any speed inside of her. But the 2 horses outside of her, Hazard Pay and Grand Golden Road, are ones that possess tactical speed. So at least she's the inside of the other 2 speeds. And she might not be as fast as Hazard Pay, who is right outside of her. And that's a big question mark. And the same thing with Grand Golden Road. She might not be as fast as that one. Although it did seem like from the inside that Andre Worry hustled this one to the front end. So she may not have as much natural speed as she shows on paper. She may need a little bit of urging. And it's 6 furlongs, so I wouldn't think that they would be that aggressive at 6 furlongs. Especially coming out of the gate from the outside, you're kind of taking a look and seeing where you want to be. So I think that might be an advantage for adjustable rate. She could be on the front line in that sense. And if inside speed's better than it was yesterday, even if the other 2 clear her, it should put her in a perfect position. If Hazard Pay and Grand Golden Road go on with it, she'll be the one closest up. Everybody else is not as fast as her. So she could be in a garden spot sitting in third behind those 2 speeds. Question is she as good as last year? I mean, she dropped to 5 to make herself eligible for the waiver claim last time. And again, it wasn't that strong of a field, but she may have needed the race. See if she runs better. A little bit of price for second. Kind of did that in the first race too, but you know, when a barn starts heating up, you got to start using them. And numbers wise, I am Eve or I am Ev, depending on uh, if it's Evie or Evangeline, I don't know what the names are. Eve from the Garden of Eden. That's EVE. Not sure how this one is pronounced. I would say I am Ev because it's EV. But she's making her first start of the year. I like how those Aquilano horses ran yesterday. They're fit. One of the things you say is he gets them fit, and he's had a tradition of running well early in the spring, coming off layoffs. They've all run well. Well, this one obviously wants to go further. 6 furlongs is generally too short because most of her races are long, but her numbers in the short races before stretching out aren't that bad, and overall, her numbers are better than these. That puts her right there, and she's a price. She's 6-1 morning line. Although kind of they all are. I mean, La Decente probably get over bet a little bit. She's a low price morning line. Grand Golden Road, she plays, but I think she's going to have a tough time clearing for the lead. I did use her third on the numbers in La Decente because it's just hard to like anybody else. Unless Hazard Pay maybe can clear. She plays. She stops usually. Dharma probably wants further, and so does Happy Time. So this would be a good route race, actually. But it makes it more complicated when you're trying to handicap it going a sprint because you got a bunch of horses that are probably better going long. Inside, anyway. The outside horses, the outside 3, they got speed in the sprint. The inside 4 all want to go longer. See how it shapes up. That's why I like this job, and I like handicapping Finger Lakes Racing is, it's a different puzzle every day. And she has to get some prices again today, by the way. 11-9 Claimers the third, going 6 furlongs. Fillies and Mares never won 2. This one I wasn't really thrilled about the favorite coming. I mean, she did win a 25,000 maiden. Linda Race does have a couple good ones today. I didn't like the tactics on Classy West last time. I don't know how good she is. I mean, it took her so long. She couldn't break her maiden last year, and she had a lot of chances. But man, did she look good fresh. She came out of the gate, shot out there in 22, and they just weren't going to beat her in that maiden race. Well, it impressed the connection so much that they put her up in class. Unfortunately, they changed riders, though. So she didn't send to the front end, and it was the horse inside her, Galilean's Gal, who got the lead, and she went on and got the victory for, speaking of a hot barn, Linda Dixon. She needs to be more aggressive. And if she can get the lead in here, I think she can win. If she doesn't get the lead, she can't win. It's that simple. So, and if the track's like yesterday, she can't win, period. So I guess that's kind of how you look at it. Again, handicap it for a fair racetrack. But I'm hoping she could get the lead on World Bank. There isn't a ton of speed in here. So there's no excuse for her not to get the lead in here, to not be aggressive enough to get the lead like last time. So I got to think that she's got a shot here. Plus the drop in class, dropping to 11-9. But I think it's more of tactics than anything that's gonna help this horse. She needs to get the lead. I got her on top. World Bank I use for second. She could be the other speed. She could follow the leader here. She's going from 4.5 to 3/4. She couldn't make the lead last time she was chasing. And if Classy West runs like last time and she could hold the rail, she's dangerous. She takes the same drop as Classy West, going from the allowance to the 11-9, just a slight drop. I'm going to use her second. Didn't like the horses that were low on the morning lights. Celtic Ledger kind of had everything her own way. I don't know how good she is. And she wasn't really that impressive, who she beat, but she could be an improving horse. Chardonnay Derby, yeah, she won a 25 in New York. That's good enough to be very competitive against the 11-9s. I threw her in third just because of that. Her first time against winners, she took some money in New York and just wasn't competitive. So this seems like a better spot for her. And it seems like actually the proper spot. I wouldn't really consider, this is a drop down for Linda Rice, she's going to win. I think the last race against winners was too tough, and she's in the right spot today, which makes her competitive, but not necessarily the winner. So I'm going to use her third. TD McGee is more the closer. I like this horse if the track's like, watch the first 2 races, because if the track's like yesterday, move this horse up big time, and I think she can win. She's taken the same drop. She's also dropping from 11-9. Actually, World Bank, TD McGee, Classy West, Mays Love Laffey, all drop in. You could from allowance, and you could consider Chardonnay Derby a drop down. The only horses not dropping are Ring of the Rise, who's off a layup, but you always got to respect Linda Dixon lately. By the way, she's got a horse in the Queen's Dancer horse is in. I'm trying to think what race is it. It's a Saratoga, the 5th or 6th race today. Trying the turf. See how she does. Good luck to her. Celtic Ledger, like I said, she got the lead in a paceless race against nothing. I don't know how good she is. You can't fault her. She did what she had to do, but I wouldn't take her as a favorite either. But those are the only two horses not coming down in class, and you could consider Celtic Ledger coming up in class because she won a maiden 11. Maiden 11 to the 2 lifetime 11 is a step up in class. Going to the 2 lifetime 5 is generally just kind of around the same area, maybe the slight drop. Kind of how you look at Finger Lakes Racing. But I'm going to go with the 5, 1, 6, and 4 in race number 3. Again, if speed's no good, I'm in trouble that race. 4th race, an allowance race, non-winners of a state bred, going 6 furlongs. This is a tricky one because I wouldn't take too short a price at Sorority Prank. Let's face it, Sorority Prank is just better than these horses. He kind of tailed off at the end of the year, and he was still hitting the board. That's how good he was. When he was razor sharp coming in here, you couldn't beat him. He won 3 in a row, just going through conditions. And I say that because technically the 3 lifetime is usually easier than the 1 state bred. And when he hit the 1 state bred, that's when he stopped winning. So, it wasn't just meeting tougher competition. He tailed out. He might have lost a step later in the year. Very possible. It's not like he wasn't running that bad. And, but those are horses. I mean, Hey Toby was a legit horse, and Hey Toby really dominated him. So in that particular race, that doesn't hold up because Hey Toby was just much the best. But the other 3 races, those are races that he can win in the 1 state bred, although one of them was a sprint. So he did tail off a little bit. Comes back off the layoff. Probably wants a little further than 6 furlongs. He hasn't won at this distance, but this is a softer field than what he was facing in probably any of his starts last year for the 1 state bred. I like his chances. An interesting one who probably wants more distance according to the breeding, but has won 2 in a row in sprints, so sometimes the breeding doesn't hold up. Maybe they found something with Magni. That's the 5 horse. Was running primarily long, and you would expect to go primarily long when you're bred to go route, which he certainly is. But they cut the horse back in distance, and tell you what, the horses performed better. Actually has hit the board all 4 times since cutting back in distance. Maybe the blinkers helped too. I mean, they did add blinkers. So that's, of course, I usually mention that pet peeve. When you do something different and then you change equipment on top of it, you don't know if it was just doing something different of cutting back or was it the blinkers. Not sure. Maybe it's a combination of the 2. It's working. If it's working, don't try to fix it. So one thing you say is he was claimed out of the last race, where I thought he ran pretty big. He wore down shorts in the winter. It was only a short field of 4. I think people look at that as a negative, that he only beat 4 horses, but shorts in the winter was absolutely lone speed. So it forced Emmanuel Di Diego to be more aggressive early than he wanted to with this horse. Again, horse that's bred to go long, sending hard at 5.5 to keep a lone speed horse from getting away because it's only a 4-horse field. I love the tactics, by the way. That's what won the race. If he doesn't do that, he doesn't win the race. And they went 105. So he was claimed out of there. Today he doesn't have to do something out of the ordinary where he doesn't want to do, and that's be aggressive early. He can sit and make 1 run, and I think he's got a good chance to win. He's 5-1 morning line. I'm going to use them for second. The 3, Captain Jack Sparrow from the pirate movies with I'll think of it. I'll think of it. The guy that plays with Alice Cooper. Am I on the right track? I don't know. But he lost by double digits in his last race. But that was a muddy racetrack. They're putting the blinkers back on. So there's another thing. Was it when they switched with the blinkers off, trying whatever eye goggle they tried? Or was it the off track that was the undoing of this horse? Again, pet peeve. When you do something different, don't do two things different because you don't know what it was. Because horse was running okay, but you look at the off track races, this horse doesn't like an off track. But it may have been the blinkers off too. So he puts the blinkers back on, which should help. And this is a nice spot for him. This is a horse by Honest Mischief. Like the chances, but again, here's a horse that has absolutely no early speed. None whatsoever. So whether you have blinkers on, blinkers off, he doesn't have any speed. So you talk about a horse at 6 furlongs that's clearly at the mercy of the pace. Now, if the track's tiring like yesterday, that could help the chances of Captain Jack Sparrow. But I generally don't like taking horses like this on top that don't have early speed and are going to be last early and have to make a run. Because even if they're the best horse, sometimes you're going to need help up front with a little bit of a speed duel. Nico's not out of this, just 1 for 11. It was, again, good tactics by Chris Elliott. He didn't let the speed get away from him, so he could get first run on Sweet Tone, who probably was the better horse when you look at it. If it was a little further, Sweet Tone wins easy. But I thought it was good tactics for Nico's. And he moves to the logical spot. If you're going to claim for 11, you put him in the 1 state bred. It's a little tougher spot, though, for Nico's. And I like this horse a little bit more maybe in that spot. But both wins are at 6 furlongs. And again, he doesn't have to do what similar to what Magni did last time. Now you can kind of run your race and put up his normal numbers, which puts him in the mix. 1, 5, 3, 4 in race number 4. All right, 5th race, we scratched the 3, Montauk Mystique. Here's another one, kind of like the other Jeremiah Engelhart horses today. They look good winning or look good on different surfaces. They're all question marks, I want to say. And this is one of them too. I mean, she broke her maiden pretty easily, and now she steps up to face allowance horses. It's hard to ignore how easy she won, though. And I think she could get the lead again. And that's the key. Maybe she won't win like she did last time against a maiden field that had no speed in it, and a pretty kind of vulnerable maiden field. It wasn't a terrible maiden field, but the way the pace flow went, it did benefit Mama Rock Me as being the main speed. I'm not sure if she's going to be if Bald Kitten goes back to her old ways of sending. I don't know if Felix's Flower is fast enough, but I think Bald Kitten is. But maybe Bald Kitten's lost her speed a little bit. I mean, she's not breaking all that sharp, but she hasn't been as quick so far this year. And if Bald Kitten doesn't get out there, that might put Mama Rock Me in an inherited lead position again. Even though Bald Kitten is probably faster than her early for the first quarter, she's inside Bald Kitten, and maybe she could get the jump on her. Tough to read. Again, she put up a good number, though. She came home fast in 58 and change, and that's why I'm going to use this one on top. I think she can make the lead, and that's the key. The 2, Queen Sally, she was closing going 5 furlongs. She's going to get an extra furlong here. It was too short. 5 furlongs was too short last time, and I don't think she ran that bad at all. She was rolling, and she was in against some tough competition when she was running as a maiden. She's running in special weights in New York, so fits well here, but they got to back up to her. I like her second. Roses for Olivia, she's the one that could improve. She's only had 2 career starts. Her first start was a 2-year-old. She looked good breaking her maiden first time out. First time against winners was off the layoff. And again, Galilean's Girl got the lead. Speed was pretty good. They weren't backing up. And she ran evenly, but ran pretty decently, considering it was her first start off the layoff, only her second career start, and first start against older horses. She plays. I think all 3 of these play. 6-2-1 in race number 5. Okay, another tricky one. Never won 2 allowance for fillies and mares going 6 furlongs. Here's another one. Mentioned Jeremiah Engelhard with a speed horse in the last race. I like that one. This one, as a favorite, there's too many question marks to take the short price on Alpine Giant. Obviously, if her turf form goes on the dirt, if she runs just as good on the dirt as the turf, she's going to win. It's that simple. If it doesn't, she's not going to win. So how short a price are you going to take if you don't know if this horse is going to be able to compete on the dirt as well? She does have a nice work at Belmont back in April, I noticed, on the dirt. So maybe she does. She's certainly very well bred for the turf. So normally I'd say, well, this horse is only okay on the turf, but this horse is bred for the turf. So it's an interesting spot. I think what they're looking for here, the straight 2 lifetime allowance here at Finger Lakes is a lot easier than the one other than in New York, where you're facing not only 2 lifetime horses, but horses that are still eligible who have multiple wins. So maybe they're thinking, okay, it's a different surface, but an easier field, that if she takes to the dirt enough, she can win. I wouldn't take a short price, but I wouldn't be surprised if she wins either. The numbers aren't very big on these horses. It's almost like a restricted 3-year-old race with a couple older horses in it, but the numbers aren't good. Like Life Has Been a Dream, I don't know if you have a buyer over 50, but that's still good enough to be competitive here. She broke her maiden first asking. She ran well in a minor 2-year-old stakes race here, but then way overmatched in New York. The fact that they tried her in that New York Stallion Series race makes me think that they liked her. They thought enough of her that she could improve off of the first 2 starts to run there, but she may have also liked the slop. Again, the last race, I talked about that Galilean's Girl race where that one got the lead and kept going as the speed didn't back up. Well, Life Has But a Dream, if you watch her, she's got the rail and she's really boxed in early. It was to the point that she's not moving comfortably. She's behind horses. She's kind of keeps getting taken a hold of. And then when it came to running, and she never got off the rail. She needed to get off the inside. She never did. And she ran third. I thought she still ran well considering the trip. It was not a good trip, and the pace didn't come back to her. See if she gets a better trip today. I like her on top if she does. Claire Vidente looks like the speed. If she could get the front on Alpine, it depends on if Alpine Giant, how much speed she has on the dirt. Because Alpine Giant did show speed on the turf. Claire Vidente has got pretty good early speed on the dirt. So if she could clear Alpine Giant early, she's dangerous. This is a horse by McLean's Music. Cost $70,000 as a yearling. Off of the claim, I like the fact she claimed for 25. Linda Rice is not afraid to send them here and drop them in class. The fact that she keeps them in an allowance race makes me think that they like this horse a little bit more, and she could be a big-time player in here. I liked Honorable Becky if she had a race in her. She doesn't. She only had 1 race since June. I might be picking her next time if she runs okay here. But she's one of my favorite horses. I like just remembering her first career start was very impressive. Fresh, she was all fresh. The horse I did end up using for 4th is another one that's a long shot morning line, and that's the 6, and Agenda. Another tricky read mystery horse. One thing you say is she's done nothing wrong. Her first career start as a 2-year-old, she won, and she's not going to get the same kind of trip, but it's not like she has to improve that much. This race, numbers-wise, isn't that strong, with the exception of Alpine Giant, but all her numbers are on the turf. So looking at it like that, all she has to do is improve a little bit as a 3-year-old, and she could be very competitive in this race. Yeah, 8-1 morning line. All right, 7th race. A couple big scratches. The 5, Ava's Uncle Billy, and the 7, Asleep at Night. Look like they both played in here. But Freedance appears to have the edge on this field, coming out of better races in New York. Those 30,000s, and he's hitting the board in those 30,000s. That's good enough to win here. Now the question is going to be pace flow, because Another race that just doesn't have a ton of speed because of the scratches. Maybe Cam Duke is a speed, but he's off. He's coming out of races in New York that are a little cheaper than the races Free Dance is coming out of for Ryerson. It's just not a lot of speed in the race, and maybe the one Take the Gold can send, but Free Dance shouldn't be that far back and should be right up there. And numbers wise, just seems to have the advantage of these. Both wins are at the distance, although both of her career wins were also on and off track. So one of the things in the negative I would say about Free Dance is she's never won on a fast racetrack. And that's a problem. She's 0 for 11 on the fast. Yeah, I just hope she runs well enough on a fast track today that she can win. But if it rains, I guess she would step up that much more. The two Share the Loot. I don't know how this horse could be 8-1. Even before the scratches, this horse shouldn't have been 8-1. This is a horse that ran second in our Futurity not too long ago, back in 2024. Was in the Bayshore Stakes, lost less than double digits last April. Maybe tailed off the last couple, but one of those was in the New York Bred Stakes. I know they're having all the stakes today. The Mike Lee is at Saratoga, and also it's pretty much New York Bred's showcase day there. So I know we got a couple of our horses that have run here there. Comes out of a much tougher race last time, in that 2 other than allowance. Now you're going to a straight 3 lifetime. This could be considered a big drop in class. Remember, the other half to this horse, Baris, won the New York Derby. Classy horse, well-bred horse. And maybe you get a higher price just because the last couple of races for Share the Loot aren't as good. But keep in mind, the race last time against a tougher field was off a layoff, and the race before was, coming off the Lasix in a stakes race. So there's some excuses for Share the Loot. I would certainly use the horse if you're going to get a price like that. He's Take the Gold. She could have inside speed here. He could be inside speed here. He probably wants to go further than 6 furlongs according to the breeding, but he's got the rail. He's off the claim in Tampa. He's fit enough because he was training down there, and he's got nice works here at Finger Lakes. Farrell Jr.'s always been good off the claim, and you got to like the fact that he does have some strong Finger Lakes works, including a bullet. Got to use the horse. All right, last race, we scratched the 9. Pure Elegance. Tough race. Let me give Thin Legs another chance. I don't really have a big excuse for her last time. She did stop late. She had a tough post, but she broke well. She outbroke the field. Bayou Melody did her a favor by taking out 2 horses on the turn. I don't know how there was no inquiry or objection there. But it did Thin Legs a favor, but she's still tired. So, and that was the first time dropping to 5. I was surprised that she didn't run a little bit better than what she did. Maybe she needed a couple starts. Maybe. There is some speed on the inside. Obviously, she probably can't get the lead on Camus. Camus figures to be the speed on the inside, but she should be out there with her, and if Camus stops, she could take over. She loves this distance normally. I know she didn't do well last race, but 6 of her 7 wins have been at 5.5 furlongs. She needs to run better than what she did last time. Maybe she will. I'm taking another shot. I'm just going to give her another chance. And she did fade late. She was out there. She had to battle a little bit and looked like she was going to try to take over again, but then Lincolnville Beach had a little momentum coming from the outside. I used her on top. Follow Your Arrow. She may have needed the race. She was in for the waiver claim. I think it's a positive that they're putting her in for the waiver claim at all because she's got so much class in the past. But she's burnt some money, too. You look at the last 3 starts for Follow Your Arrow, she's been not only a beaten favorite, but a beaten odds-on favorite. Those are not favorites I like to pick on top. When, maybe a 1-time beaten favorite, maybe a 2-time, but when it's 3 times in a row, where you've burnt that kind of money, especially 2 of them at this level, yes, she could improve off of that race. She may have needed the race and she could win here. But if she's 3-5, you probably want to look elsewhere. Bayou Melody, good couple finishes. Of course, she did herself a favor by taking out a couple horses early. but she ran well, and she always fires, and she fits nicely in this spot. You look at her last race at Tampa; they went 104, and she wasn't that badly beaten. She ran second to reiterate. That was kind of a long shot, but it was her first race back over the track, and she did get caught wide. I thought she ran well last time, but again, she's kind of an underneath horse most of the time, unless she gets the right kind of trip. And she might get the right kind of trip, especially like yesterday. If you have that stalking trip and then make that outside move in the 3-path late, a lot of the winners did that. And my big long shot for fourth, mainly because of the running style, and again, handicapping for a fair track. Camus appears to be the speed. I know Thin Legs is too, but Camus is the fastest of the speed if she's on her game. She can be very quick, and she may have needed the race, and she didn't break all that sharp and didn't get out there. It was way too tough. Way too tough, that race, for an 11-9. You Play Good, Pay Good, and Mamba Gigi and Eros' Girl. Any of those three will be favored against these. So she means business today. Second start off the layoff, drop into 5. Is the speed of the race, and you got 20-1 morning line. Why not? Plus, you'll know by the 8th race if front speed's good. Well, maybe you'll know by the 4th race if you're playing a pick 5, if the track's anything like yesterday. Well, keep an eye on that. We do have a little bit of a carryover for the late pick 5, over $13,000. That starts in race number 4 today. No live racing the rest of the week. We got Belmont Stakes Day on Saturday. We'll be open for that if you want to watch and wager from Saratoga on that. Of course, we have simulcast wagering all week of the Saratoga racing, as well as our own live card today. I know we got a couple of our Finger Lakes horses running there today. Next live day will be Monday, be a few days from now, with the 12:55 first post.
Horses coming on the track. First race here at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Charge Nurse and Andre Worry. Number 2, Lady Serenity and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3, Tasty Wave and Caber Koa. Number 4, Kaz Music, Michael Davila Jr. Number 5, Lincolnville Beach and Jamborhina. And number 6, Miss Stones and Oscar Gomez. Post time in a few. Two minutes. And the fillies and mares have reached the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Tasty Wave, Kaz Music, Lincolnville Beach, and Miss Stones. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. It's Miss Stones who accelerates out for the front end. Lady Serenity flashing early speed in second. And then we got a line of four. Tasty Waves the Gray in third. And then it's Lincolnville Beach, who's four wide in fourth. As its Kaz Music is to the outside of Charge Nurse at the back. Two distinct flights, 7 lengths from top to bottom as they make the entry into the far turn. Lady Serenity is towards the rail, but it's Miss Stones on the outside. Miss Stones able to inch away from Lady Serenity with less than 3 furlongs to go. In third, that's Tasty Wave, followed up by Charge Nurse and Lincolnville Beach, fourth and fifth. And 2 lengths to Kaz Music, who's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Miss Stones who's homeward bound. Lady Serenity's all in on the outside second. Charge Nurse, Red Cap in third to the inside of Lincolnville Beach. Kaz Music towards the inside in fifth. 1 furlong to go. Miss Stones has the lead by 4 lengths over Lady Serenity. Charge Nurse up the inside, and then it's Lincolnville Beach, but in deep stretch it's Miss Stones. Miss Stones the favorite wins. Charge Nurse second. Lincolnville Beach third. Lady Serenity fourth. Miss Stones pays $3.28 to win. Miss Stones back to the winner's circle. Career win number 10 for this New York bred 6-year-old dark brown mare by Bustin Stones out of Pamification. Roddy Valente, the owner, Paul Barrow, the trainer, Oscar Gomez, the winning jockey. Jerry Belinsky, DV, Roddy Valente and Richard Alfred bred Miss Stones. Exacta $7.84, Trifecta $6.09, Dime Super $3.03. Second race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and Pick 3 wagering. Post time race 2 in about 20 minutes at 1:24 p.m.
right, no big surprises in the opener as we go to race 2 here. Got 11 minutes to post. I'm going to ask for a nicer day. Temperature's got to be in like the 70s. The sun's out. Perfect day for some horse racing and to make some money. So let's look at the seconds. A 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. And some early money on the 5 adjustable rate. It's a tricky read. There's a few races today where you got some horses that look good, but there's some question marks. And one of the things with adjustable rate is he just didn't run well off of the layoff. Now, she didn't get anywhere close to the lead. She didn't break all that sharp from the inside. And it was Moontown that beat her to the front. It was a paceless race. So she just didn't come out as sharp. And that could be because it was her first start of the year. She may have needed the race, and she could run sharper today. And the field isn't that much tougher than the field she was in, although it's a different pace scenario, as you got 2 speed horses outside of her in Hazard Pay and Grand Golden Road. Either way, if those 2 get out there and clear, she could sit third and in a good spot. She's right now at odds of 9-5, the slight favorite. The 4 is I Am Ev, who has gone primarily long in her career, but making her first start at 6 furlongs, not out of the question here. I mean, her numbers are good enough, and if you look at some of the other horses in here, such as Dharma and Happy Time, her stablemate, they're routers too, and they're closers and routers. So it may benefit her, the numbers that she has being the best of the horses that have been going long, if this pace takes its toll from the outside horses. The 3 outside horses are forwardly placed horses, and maybe she could put a run. And it's a good sign that the barn won 2 races yesterday, both of them long shots. Grand Golden Road is the outside of the 3 speeds, and she won't have it as easy as last time. She was on the inside, and there was no speed in that race. And still, it seemed like she was aggressively ridden to get the lead, so maybe she doesn't have as much natural speed as it looks on papers, maybe not as much natural as Hazard Pay, but she does have speed, and she likes to be in the race early, and she looks to make it 2 in a row. Tougher task today, though, for Grand Golden Road. La Indecente is the 2 horse. She might be able to sit a trip here from the inside. She ran well behind her stablemate Moontown's, I think it was a 1-2 Lugu exact of that race. Wasn't the strongest of fields, though. There wasn't much behind her. But it was a good effort considering it was her first start off the layoff. Can she move forward from that race? Judging by last year's form, probably not. But maybe she could keep that form and run the same race, which would put her in the number, at least in tries and supers. So she's just another one to use underneath. She's currently at odds of 4-1. Tricky race because of the pace scenario in here. I went with a 5-4-7-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here.
Horses are on the track. Race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Number 1 is Happy Time, Joel Cruz. Number 2, La Indecente and Michael de Villa Jr. There's number 4, I Am EV and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Adjustable Rate, Kevin Navarro. Number 6 is Hazard Pay and Jackie Davis. Number 7, Grand Golden Road and Andre Worry. And already going to the turn, number 3, Dharma, Jose Ventura aboard. Post time in about 3 minutes or so. 2 minutes. Approaching the starting gate. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares to go 6 furlongs. Happy Time, the first to go up. 7-5 on number 7, Grand Golden Road. Adjustable Rate, Hazard Pay, and Grand Golden Road. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Half a step tardy. Happy Time. It's Adjustable Rate who sends out for the front end. Grand Golden Road on the extreme outside, now up into second. Then a length and a half to IMEV to the outside, La Indecente third and fourth. As it's Hazard Pay, 3 wide up the backstretch in fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3.5 to Happy Time, who's about 7 lengths in front of Dharma, who's at the tail of the field. Adjustable Rate and Grand Golden Road. These two duel for the top spot with about 3 furlongs to go. Third place, Hazard Pay, and the yellow blinkers 2 lengths off the lead. La Indecente, a ground saving fourth, and it's IMEV shuffle fifth. Happy Time getting ready to pass her, and many lengths back to Dharma, who's at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Adjustable Rate and Grand Golden Road. These two scrimmage for the top spot. La Indecente switched out wide for the stretch drive in third. Happy Times in fourth, but about 8 lengths off the lead. 1 furlong to go. Adjustable Rate skims the inside. La Indecente hitting her best stride on the extreme outside. La Indecente and Adjustable Rate. It's La Indecente sweeping on by for the win. Adjustable Rate second, Grand Golden Road third. I am EV fourth. 2574, number 2, La Indecente first. 6 furlongs, 113.68. Second race official, $5.34. The Woody Mutual. Dime Superfecta, $12.61. Exacta, $15. Exacta, $21.68. Double, $15.04. And a dime or 50-cent trifecta, $11.37. Second race official winner, number 2, La Indecente. New York bred, 5-year-old bay mare by Vino Rosso out of Gloomy I'm Not. Luis Gutierrez, owner-trainer. Michael Davila Jr., the winning jockey. Sequel Stallions, New York. Bred La Indecente. Third race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Third race starts a pick 4 post time in about 22 minutes. Don't forget about our pick 5 carryover that starts on the 4th race. Pick 5 carryover of $13,617. Also this weekend, you can wager on all the action from Saratoga. Final leg of the Triple Crown, the Belmont Stakes, is Saturday. Early bird advanced wagering available for the Belmont Stakes on Friday here at Finger Lakes. We'll open at the regular time. Then Saturday, gates open at 10:30 a.m. First post from Saratoga's 11 a.m. And the Belmont Stakes goes off at 7:04 p.m.
Big effort by La Indecente. It looked like adjustable rate was home free after doing 47 to the half, but La Indecente was able to run that one down under Michael Davila for Lugu. Lugu gets the victory in race number 2. Third race, 11 to 9 Claimer, never won 2 condition, going 6 furlongs. We have pick 3 and pick 4 in the third race. And I'll start with the 5 Classy West, who's actually a favorite out right now, 4 to 5. She's gonna be tough if she makes the lead. If and, you know, it's tough to gauge the track after 2 races. Horse won on the front in the first. That one stopped late, but it could have been just the horse stopping. Classy West, if she runs back to when she ran fresh and won her maiden, she might be tough to chase down in here. Last race she was unable to make the lead, and the horse that was on the lead, Galilean Girl, just kept going. She probably should have been a little more aggressive in that race, but you'd expect her to get the lead in here, as there just isn't a lot of speed other than maybe World Bank from the rail, and World Bank's got to be pretty aggressive to hold the rail on Classy West. So the key to the race might be that first quarter if Classy West has a chance. But one thing you say is it's good to see her drop, although this race in particular, the majority of the field is dropping in class. A lot of them coming from the same level. World Bank, TD McGee, Chardonnay Derby's coming from a 20,000, and Maze Love Laffy, as you go look at last year, she was against allowance horses. So a bunch of them are getting class relief in this particular race, including this one, Classy West, but she might have a tactical edge. Mention the one, they may just run 1-2, World Bank. She gets some class relief after not firing at all. She probably needed her first start off the layoff, and she got caught wide. So she's basically going outside to inside. It will probably be overlooked for the most part. She is at odds of 5 to 1, but you notice when she ran at this level last year, she seemed to always hit the board, and she was very competitive. And again, second start off the layoff, you would think that she'd be competitive against this group, because there's a questionable group. I mean, Celtic Ledger didn't beat anything. Ring of the Rise is off a layoff. T.D. McGee's at the mercy of the pace. Chardonnay Derby, don't know what to expect from that horse coming from New York. And Maze Love Laffy may need a race coming off a layoff, and is primarily a router. Makes me think that the 5 and the 1 with races under them and speed might make a good account of themselves in this race. T.D. McGee, yeah, if they do back up, remember yesterday that late move was a good move. Speed was not very good on that tiring track yesterday. Ran a good third off of the layoff, only beaten a few lengths against allowance horses. That race is good enough to be right there against these horses. Last race wasn't as good. Maybe bounced a little. Maybe you just caught a tough bunch. The speed didn't back up. Galilean's Girl just kept going on the front end. Gets a little more distance today, 6 furlongs. Probably her best distance. Her only win when she broke her maiden was at the distance of 6 furlongs. So that would only work to her advantage. And she's good underneath play. She's at odds of 7 to 1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double Pick 3 and the Pick 4 starts in the third. You have about 9 minutes to post.
Coming on the track, third race at Finger Lakes. Number 1 is World Bank and Cabercoa. Number 2, Celtic Ledger, Andre Worry. Number 3, Ring of the Rise, Michael Davila Jr. Number 4, TD McGee, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5, Classy West, GM Rohina. Number 6, Chardonnay Derby and Oscar Gomez. And number 7, Maze Loved Laffy with Stephen Frett. Post dominant view. 2 minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes for race number 3. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 7 fillies and mares. To go 6 furlongs, condition claimers, now winners of 2. 6 to 5, number 5, Classy West. 2 to 1, number 6, Chardonnay Derby. Ring of the Rise going up. T.D. McGee. Classy West. Chardonnay Derby. And Mays Loved Laffy. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Bad hop at the start, T.D. McGee, and she is last. It's World Bank from an inside post setting out for the lead. Classy West in a good position outside in second. Celtic Ledger towards the inside third. Ring of the Rise, Red Blinkers forward to the inside of Chardonnay Derby. 4 wide out the backstretch in fifth. 3 more lengths back to Mays Loved Laffy in second last. And a half length to the slow starting T.D. McGee, who is at the tail of the field. World Bank leads this group into the turn. Classy West tackles outside second. Celtic Ledger covered up in third. Ring of the Rise now charges up to the outside, getting third. Celtic Ledger trying to keep position in fourth. Chardonnay Derby, White Blinkers in fifth to the outside of Mays Loved Laffy, and T.D. McGee is at the back, but only 4.5 lengths off the lead as they arrive at the top of the stretch. World Bank, Classy West, first and second. Ring of the Rise is on the outside. Celtic Ledger, T.D. McGee is in the green blinkers, up into third, 4 lengths off the lead. Chardonnay Derby's on the grandstand side, 1 furlong to go. Classy West emerges with the lead over World Bank. Chardonnay Derby on the far outside. Deep stretch. Classy West. Chardonnay Derby. It's Classy West victorious. Chardonnay Derby second. World Bank third. Close for fourth. T.D. McGee to the inside of Mays Loved Laffy. 5614, number 5, Classy West first. 6 furlongs, 113.67. Classy West pays 360 to win. Classy West, New York bred, 4-year-old bay filly by Classic Empire out of West Coast Girl. My Purple Haze Stables owns Chris Engelhardt, trains J.M. Rohina, the winning jockey. 3C Stables bred Classy West. Double $13.18. Exacta $23.64. Dime Super $19.93. Trifecta $37.28. Fourth race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, Late Pick 5 wagering. Late Pick 5 has a carryover going in of $13,617. Post time for race number 4 in about 23 minutes at 2:27 p.m.
All right, we go to race number 4, and this is an allowance race. Non-winners of a state bred going 6 furlongs. I mean, this is the return of Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank was sharp last year when he first came to Finger Lakes. He won 3 in a row going through allowance conditions. And then the funny thing is he was coming out of tougher races and ended up stalling in the one state bred where he's still hitting the board. It wasn't like he was running that badly, but you would think after winning the 3 lifetime and that conditional 4 lifetime other than, that the horse would be able to easily beat the one state breds. Well, he ran into Hey Toby, who's a pretty sharp one himself, but then ran a couple seconds at thirds, lost to Raw Courage, Burning Beauty. Those are horses he should have beat if it was earlier in the year. Well, he gets a freshening here, making his first start of the season, and it's a bit. And the thing is he going to be as good as he was early in the season last year, or when he tailed off at the end of the year? Of course, he's still hitting the board when he tailed off. Obvious player in here. It's just a question of the layoff. He's currently the favorite on the board. The 5 horse is Magni, who was claimed for 12.5, then came here and was claimed out of the race for 11. Looked good winning. I mean, this horse there was only a 4 horse field, but Shorts in the winner was absolutely lone speed, and this horse had to do something that he normally doesn't do, and that's be aggressive early to keep Shorts in the winner from getting away. Well, he wore him down, ended up winning, almost cost him the race because the closer was coming up, but he did what he had to do to win that race, and that was be aggressive. So I like the effort considering how he was forced to run. Very well bred. The Dam was a stakes winner, mostly route though, and obviously this horse wants to go longer, but at 6 furlongs should be very competitive against this field. The 3 is Captain Jack Sparrow. Man, this is Johnny Depp, I guess, was just told. I was trying to come up with his name. It was like, who was Captain Jack Sparrow in the Pirates of the Caribbean? I think Ray Gutierrez is Jack Sparrow. But this one comes off a double-digit loss last time when taking the blinkers off and catching an off track. So they'll get a fast track and the blinkers back on. I don't think this horse likes an off track. I think that's the excuse you can make for Captain Jack Sparrow, who fits nicely class-wise with this one state bred field. The 4 Nikos is an interesting one. He just won for 11, got claimed. And he, like Magni, was forced to be a little more aggressive early, at least to stay close and wear down the speed before the closers come in. It was a tricky ride and a good ride by Chris Elliott to hold off Sweet Tone, because Sweet Tone is probably the better horse of the 2. That one just wants more distance. But it was a good job getting first run. Now in a different barn, in a good spot in the one state bred. Should be very competitive off the number against these horses, and should be forwardly placed with the other speed. There's not a ton of pace in here, so you would think that he'd be out there early. It's interesting to see what Sorority Prank will do if he's got enough sprint speed to send from the rail and get that early lead. It's all about the break, and it's all about how sharp the horse is coming off the layoff. Exactitry Super Daily Double and the late pick 5. Remember, we got a carryover in the pick 5 pool, the late pick 5 of over $13,000 added. It'll be on your screen. If you're looking at our screen on Channel 4, they'll show the current pool of who's putting money in, and it adds up, and then you get a little more value in that pick 5 than you would do normally. We also have Exactitry Super and Daily Double offered.
Horses coming on the track, fourth race at Finger Lakes. Got that pick 5 carryover going in of $13,617. Here's your field for the opening leg of the pick 5. Number 1 is Sorority Prank and Andre Worry. Number 2, Street Cop Officer and Juan Diaz. Number 3, Captain Jax Pero and Raylu Gutierrez. Number 4, Nikos Jose Baez. Number 5, Magni Joel Cruz. Number 6, Nostalgia's Smile and Emmanuel De Diego. Riding out the field, number 7, Fighter Kite, Luis Perez, the riding assignment. Post time in just a few minutes. Get your bets in now for the late pick 5 with a carryover. Going in, $13,617. Horses are approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. Last call for pick 5 wagers. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 7 to go 6 furlongs, an allowance race. Start of the late pick 5 with a carryover going in of $13,617. Sorority Prank, the even money favorite, the first into line. Captain Jack Sparrow. Nikos. Magni, Nostalgia's Smile, and Fighter Kite. Fighter Kite to the outside. They're all in the gates, and they're off. It's Nikos, Sorority Prank towards the inside, and Nikos and Sorority Prank first and second, joined by Nostalgia Smile, who's 3 deep in third. And then it's Magni, who tracks in fourth, a gap of about 5 lengths to Street Cop Officer in fifth, another 3 lengths to Captain Jack Sparrow, who's out of last, and Fighter Kite now at the tail of the field and about 12 lengths off the lead. They have about 3.5 furlongs to go. Sorority Prank has the lead by 3 parts of a length. Nikos shadows that one outside second. Nostalgia Smile losing a little bit of touch in third as Magni's up the inside, now grabbing third. Fifth place belongs to Captain Jack Sparrow and about 7.5 lengths off the lead, but getting a good trip on the turn. The back 2 horses, Street Cop Officer and Fighter Kite, as they reach the top of the stretch. Sorority Prank the first to face us. Nikos is in second, as it's Magni is on the outside in third. Captain Jack Sparrow down the center of the course in fourth with some clear running room. 1 furlong to go. Sorority Prank leads by 3 lengths over Magni. Captain Jack Sparrow on the extreme outside in third, but in deep stretch it's Sorority Prank. Sorority Prank did enough to win. Magni second, Captain Jack Sparrow third, fourth, Fighter Kite. One, 5, 3, 7, number 1 Sorority Prank first. 6 furlongs, 111.57. Back to the winner's circle, number 1, Sorority Prank. New York bred, 5-year-old Big Ellie by Maximus Mischief out of Forget It. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhart trains. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Scott Pierce and Debbie Pierce bred Sorority Prank. 2 wins in the card for owner My Purple Haze Stables. And 2 wins for trainer Chris Engelhart. $4.52 to winning mutual. Pick 3, $8.20. Double $9.26. Exacta $27.86. Trifecta $28.61. And a dime super $11.49. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch number 3, Montauk Mystique. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time for race 5 in 22 minutes at 3 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 5, and Sorority Prank, fresh and very good looking, was able to deal with the other speed and keep going. Obviously, the track's different than yesterday. Andre Worry for trainer Chris Engelhart. Sorority Prank will start off the pick 5. Should get some money in that pool as we have the carryover going in. We scratch a 3. Montauk Mystique out of this one. Could pretty much narrow this field down, I thought. The big question mark is going to be the 6, Mama Rock Me. First start over the racetrack, she dominated the maiden special weights. She also had everything her own way, and that might not happen here. Maybe it will. I mean, that's the big question mark with Mama Rock Me. She's going 6 furlongs today, an extra furlong. There is some possibility, some other speed. But if she makes the front like she did last time, she went 58 for the 5 furlongs. So, yes, there's some question marks, but she was also very impressive with that final time and with the number that she got. See if she can do it again. The only real other true speed in here is the 7, Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten hasn't shown as much speed this year as she has last year. Maybe she's just not breaking as sharp. Maybe we'll see more speed from her today. But if she's unable to go out there with Mama Rock Me, it might be tough for everybody else to catch that horse. Queen Sally is one of those horses that comes from out of it. She ran a good third, going 5 furlongs, so she gets an extra furlong today for her late run, as 5 furlongs was simply too short. But at least she did make a good account of herself, only losing by a couple lengths in that race. If Mama Rock Me stops, she's one of the main threats. So is Rubies for Olivia. One thing to say about Rubies for Olivia, the one horse, she's lightly raced. She's got room to improve, and she looked good in her debut. As a 2-year-old, she won first time out, and her second race, which was her first start this year, front speed was pretty good. Galilean's Girl for Linda Dixon ended up going all the way on the front end. And remember, the horse that just won a couple races ago, the third race, that horse was in there. Class C West was the other speed that backed up. But Gillian's Girl kept going, and Rubies for Olivia could improve off of that race, plus could get a better pace flow on this track than the track that was favoring that kind of speed. And it's a little more distance, too, going extra half furlong. This horse could play today, and she's priced at 7-1. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double in the late pick 4 starts with the 5th. Again, scratch a 3, Montauk Mystique.
Fillies and Mares coming on the track. Fifth race at Finger Lakes. Scratch the 3. Number 1, Rubies for Olivia and Joel Cruz lead the post parade. Number 2, Queen Sally and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4, Felix's Flower, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 5, Immigration Law, J.M. Rohina. Number 6, Mama Rock Me and Andre Worry. Number 7, Bald Kitten and Cabercoa. Number 8, Sill's Pleasure, Jeremias Flores. And number 9 is Admiral Soul and Jackie Davis. Post time in a few. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go, 6 furlongs, an allowance race, non-winners of 2. 3 to 5, number 6, Mama Rock Me. Loading up, race 5. Immigration Law. Bald Kitten, Sill's Pleasure, Emerald Soul to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off, hop in the air at the start. Mama Rock Me, and she's last. It's Bald Kitten who's edging out for the front end. Felix's Flower has a very high head carriage as leaving room there for Immigration Law to come through. Immigration Law and Bald Kitten first and second. Mama Rock Me outside third. Felix's Flower towards the inside in fourth. Admiral So Extreme outside in fifth. And it's Sill's Pleasure, Queen Sally, and Rubies for Olivia at the back. One big cluster, 5 from top to bottom as they go on to the turn. Immigration Law has the lead by a half. Bald Kitten prompting outside second. Mama Rock Me 3 wide in third. Felix's Flower fourth. Rubies for Olivia able to pick her way through traffic fifth. 3 lengths off the lead. Does seem to have some run. Needs some running room, though. And then it's Queen Sally. Admiral Soul is wide. And Sill's Pleasure's at the back as they reach the top of the home stretch. Immigration Law, Bald Kitten. Ruby's for Olivia. Gets through towards the inside if good enough. And then it's Mama Rock Me. Queen Sally's on the grandstand side. Few chances here. 16th to go. Ruby's for Olivia now forging to the front. Mama Rock Me, Bald Kitten, Immigration Law, and Queen Sally. But it's Ruby's for Olivia in front. Mama Rock Me second. Queen Sally third. Close for fourth. Immigration Law or Bald Kitten. One, 6, 2, 7. Number one, Ruby's for Olivia first. In the winner's circle, number one, Ruby's for Olivia. New York bred, 3-year-old chestnut filly by Bustin Stones out of Dancing Slippers. Glass Tip Stable. Owner breeder, Jonathan Buckley, the trainer. Joel Cruz, the winning jockey. $16.42, the winning mutual. Daily double, $38.64. Exacta, $35.42. 50-cent try, $27.91. Dime Super, $16.14. Pick 3, $18.73. Pick 5, 5 of 5. The early pick 5. Get you back $145.29. Onward to race 6. Race 6, there are no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double pick 3 wagering. Post time in 19 minutes at 3:29 p.m. Don't forget that advanced wagering for the Belmont Stakes available here at Finger Lakes on Friday. We'll open at our regular time for simulcasting. Then Saturday, gates open at 10:30 a.m. First post from Saratoga at 11 a.m. And the Belmont goes off at 7:04 p.m.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and looking back at the 5th, that was Rubies for Olivia, sneaking up the inside under Joel Cruz. Good job by him to get the victory for John Buckley. As the big favorite had a little mishap at the start, and she was unable to get the lead and kind of changed the complexion of the race a lot. But don't take anything away from Rubies for Olivia. That was a big effort getting that victory, and a good job by Cruz to sneak up the inside to get the win. All right, 6th race. This for fillies and mares, never won 2 condition, going 3/4, and I guess you could make a case for a few of them in here. The big key is this turf horse. Is this horse going to be able to beat these horses on the dirt? It's an easier field than what she's been facing. Obviously, numbers on turf are different than numbers on dirt, so you can't compare. But if she does run with her form that she has on the turf against those horses, and the one other than allowance, against our straight 2 lifetimes, she'll win. But that's a big if, because she's never competed on the dirt before. But she may just be better than these horses, and the money's showing. She's currently at odds of 6-5. She also has some speed. At least she shows speeds on the turf. The other horse with speed figures to be the 3, Clara Vidente, and she shows good speed. She was unable to get near the front last time. She got caught chasing at 25,000s. Moves to a good spot. This is a McLean's Music horse that cost $70,000 as a yearling. She certainly plays. But the horse I ended up putting on top, because I thought would get the trip, would be the 2, Life is But a Dream. Not the best numbers for this horse. As a 2-year-old, she didn't beat much when she broke her maiden, but she did it in her first start. She may have liked the slop, but she ran big in the She's a Stone Cold Fox Stakes. I know it was just a minor stake. It was more like a glorified 2 lifetime. But she ran well, and the fact that they thought enough of her to try her way over her head in the New York Stallion Series race to see how she'd do, well, she didn't do very well. But they tried it. And then her first start as an older horse, she ran third. She was, if you watch the race, she's inside, and she's boxed in the whole way. She's never really comfortable. And once it opened up and the running started, she really didn't have anything for the stretch drive. But she's making her second start off the layoff, and I think she'll get a nice trip in here. And you're going to get a little bit of a price right now at odds of 5-1. Signifying Nothing's the outside horse. I thought this horse would get a little more play than she's getting. I mean, Andre does get off to ride for Jeremiah, but this horse run 2 good races in a row in the condition, and she gets more distance today. It's just a matter of overcoming the post. She's at 21. I mean, you could make a case as far as tries and supers for pretty much anybody in this race. I mean, Honorable Becky can beat this field if she's ready off of the layout. But I went with the 2-3-1-6 Exacta Try Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in here.
Fillies and mares are on the track. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Alpine Giant at Andre Worry. Number 2 is Life is But a Dream in Caber Coa. Number 3, Clarividente, Oscar Gomez. Number 4, Lovely Passion and Jeremias Flores. Number 5, It Will Be Fun, Jose Baez. Number 6, An Agenda, Raylu Gutierrez. Number 7 is Honorable Becky and Jackie Davis aboard. And last but not least, number 8, Signifying Nothing, and Emmanuel de Diego. Post time in just a few. Horses begin their approach to the starting gate here at Finger Lakes, race 6. Fillies and mares have arrived at the gate, race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 8 fillies and mares, 6 furlongs, even money number 1, Alpine Giant. Clary Vidente going up. Lovely Passion. Honorable Becky. And Signifying Nothing. 6-5 Alpine Giant. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a decent start. Signifying Nothing, outside post, setting out for the lead. Lovely Passion displaying speed. Alpine Giant at the fence in third. Life is But a Dream is in fourth, and a length and a half back. Clary Vidente, 3 wide fifth. It will be fun towards the inside six, and Agenda second last, and about 12 lengths off the lead and 2 lengths to Honorable Becky, who's in the 8th and trailing position. Entry into the turn. It's Lovely Passion on top of Signifying Nothing. They're clear by 3. Alpine Giants in third. And then in fourth, it will be fun to the inside of Life is But a Dream. 4.5 lengths to Clary Vidente, and then 2 lengths to Honorable Becky, and Agenda is at the back of the pack as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and you got to catch Lovely Passion, who comes off the turn leading by a length and a half. Alpine Giant, Life is But a Dream, they're on the outside second and third. It will be fun towards the inside fourth. Alpine Giant takes over the lead. Life is But a Dream, the danger on the outside second, and these two clash for the lead. 16th to go. Alpine Giant, Life is But a Dream, lunging at Alpine Giant game. Life is But a Dream. Alpine Giant holds over Life is But a Dream. Then it was It Will Be Fun and Honorable Becky. 1257, number 1 Alpine Giant first. Alpine Giant pays $4.92 to win. Alpine Giant back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 4-year-old Duck Brown filly by Speightstown out of Alpine Sky. Owned by Christopher Dunn, Chris Mara. Echo Racing. Nicholas Segroy. Jonathan Sachs. Corin Genovese and Jeremiah Engelhardt. Jeremiah Engelhardt, the trainer. Andre Worry, the winning jockey. 2 wins in the card for Worry. Old Tavern Farm. Bred Alpine Giant. Double $53.56. Exacta $13.94. Trifecta $9.67. Super $5.18. Pick 4 404. $39.67. 7th race, Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5, Ava's Uncle Billy. And number 7, Asleep at 8. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, late daily double wagering, 19 minutes.
All right, we're in the paddock for race number 7, and yeah, close finish between a couple favorites in the 6th. Alpine Giant had to time it just right as Life is But a Dream came rolling down and almost caught that rival, but a good finish. It was Andre Worry, another win for him, and Jeremiah Engelhart to start off the late pick 3. This is a number 1-3 condition here in the 7th race, and really only 2 horses of the 5 betting interests are getting the play. You have Free Dance and Share the Loot. Interesting enough, they faced each other last time Share the Loot was here. It was Free Dance getting the better of Share the Loot that day, but that was on a sloppy track going this distance back in September of last year. A lot has changed since then. Share the Loot's only had 1 start this year. Free Dance came off the layoff in New York and only lost a couple lengths, but not much separates them. I'd give Free Dance the nod over the other one just on recency and the fact that he did beat him back then. He's got the better numbers, but Share the Loot does have a little more back class when you consider how good this horse was as a 2-year-old. Ran second in the Futurity right here at Finger Lakes back in 2024. Still had some decent efforts in 2025, including finishing 4th in the Bayshore last April. Where he's at right now, that's the big question. He didn't fire at all in his first start off the layoff, and now he'll face easier in the straight 3 lifetime. He's a 6-5. So is Free Dance coming out of Claimers in New York, and they are about equal when it comes to their numbers, but I would give Free Dance, his recent races are a little bit better. If you're looking for anybody other than these 2, maybe the 1, Take the Gold, steps up off the claim. Wasn't that badly beaten in Tampa. Certainly has enough fitness. Comes out of a race that went in 110 and only lost a few lengths. So he's gets the rail trip. He's 14-1 as Share the Loot and Free Dance are taking all the early money as they're about to go on the track here. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered in race number 7. Again, we scratched the 5 out of his Uncle Billy and the 7 to sleep at 8.
Horses are on the track for the 7th race from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 5 and 7. Number 1, Take the Gold, and Joel Cruz. Number 2 is Share the Loot and jockey Raylu Gutierrez. Number 3 is Free Dance. Go to the 4, Savage State, Chris Russell. And number 6 is Cam Duke and Caber Koa. Number 3 is Free Dance and JM Rahina. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Approaching the gate. And the horses have arrived at the gate for race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Cam Duke to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Slate Bobble to the start for Take the Gold. It's Cam Duke who's sprinting out for the lead. Savage State, Share to Loot, second and third. Free Dance in between horses in fourth, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A length and a half to Take the Gold, who's in the fifth and trailing position. Cam Duke has cleared off by almost 3 lengths over Share the Loot, the nearest pursuer in second. Savage State, mid-pack in third. 2 more lengths back to Free Dance in fourth, and a margin of 3 to Take the Gold, who's at the tail of the field as they go on to the turn. Cam Duke's lead has been reduced to a half length. Share the Loot prompting outside second. Free Dance, White Blinkers emerges in third. 2 lengths off the lead. Savage State drops back in fourth, and Take the Gold is at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Share the Loot and Cam Duke joined by Free Dance on the outside and Free Dance from third up into the lead. Free Dance scampers clear by 3 over Share to Loot in second. Cam Duke towards the inside, and then it's Take the Gold as they run to the 16th pole. It's all Free Dance. Free Dance has a lead by, let's call it 8 over Share to Loot. Free Dance give Chris Engelhardt 3 on the card. Share to Loot second, third Take the Gold, fourth Cam Duke. 3216, number 3, free dance first. Back to the winner's circle, number 3, free dance. New York bred, 4-year-old chestnut colt by Tapiture out of Pirouette. My Purple Haze Stables owns. Chris Engelhardt trains. J.M. Rohina, the winning jockey. Mary Legs Farm North bred free dance. 2 wins in the card for J.M. Rohina. 3 wins for My Purple Haze Stables and Chris Engelhardt. $3.04 the winning mutual. Double $11.70, exacta $5.78, trifecta $5, dime super $1.50. 8th and final Finger Lakes, scratch number 9, Pure Elegance. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Post time for the 8th and final, 23 minutes at 4:30 p.m.
All right, getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card. Also conclude the racing week. This will conclude our Monday through Wednesday live racing week here at the Thumb. We got no live racing the rest of the week. Next live day will be Monday with the 12:55 first post. We are open over the weekend to get all the action from Saratoga, that Belmont at Saratoga meet, including the Belmont Stakes that'll take place on Saturday. So if you want to watch a wager on that, you can come right here to Finger Lakes to do so. Looking back at the 7th, man, that was an impressive performance. Free Dance went by Share the Loot and others like they were nothing. Jose Rohina just guiding that one to victory. I believe that's 3 on the day for Chris Engelhardt. Having a good day. A couple on the day for Jose as well. Congratulations to him. All right, let's look at the last race. You go from that horse who looked pretty good to a wide open finale, to say the least. If you love somebody in here, I want to know who it is. Right now, Bayou Melody's a slight favorite. I went with, actually, the horse is a long shot on the board right now. Thin Legs is at 11-1. I don't really have a big excuse for her last time. She dropped to 5. She actually broke well to the front end, and she just got tired. She went 22 the first quarter and then just faded in the lane. Bayou Melody did put some pressure on her, but it's not like they went that fast. They came home quick. Lincolnville Beach actually ran a big race, but Bayou Melody actually outlasted her as well that day. Of course, Bayou Melody did both of them on some favors by taking out a couple of the main contenders around the turn. Yeah, you got to think both those horses have a big chance in here. I did lean towards Thin Legs. She's the outside of the speed. I think she'll run better. I mean, Camus figures to be the speed. That's the 4 horse. That horse can be dangerous if the horse gets clear. Of course, she's at 22-1, and she was unable to get clear in her first start. She didn't even get close to the lead. But she figures to be the speed. And Thin Legs should be right up close with Camus if that one does stop. That means Thin Legs will be in perfect position to get first run on everybody else. And she's really cold on the board right now at odds of 12-1. You know, maybe it has a lot to do with the fact that she really doesn't have an excuse last time. But third start off the layoff, I would expect her to run better. And I think she could beat this group. The 3 horse Follow Your Arrow, she was a little bit of a disappointment off the layoff. She was bet down to be the heavy favorite, deservedly so. She was running against so much tougher in the past. She dropped to 5 at the end of the year and then came back for the waiver claim. Well, you know what? You can't doubt the connections today. Chris Engelhardt on fire today. If this horse improves a little bit, it wouldn't be any surprise if she won the winner's circle. She's currently right now the co-favorite with Bayou Melody. Mentioned Bayou Melody. She's run good both times. A couple of good seconds. One was more of a stocky trip. The other she felt forced to press Thin Legs to not let that one get away, and ended up getting passed by the other Chris Engelhardt trainee. That was Lincolnville Beach. But a logical horse to at least be in the top 3. She should get a nice trip right in behind Camus and Thin Legs. It might be in perfect position to win this race. And I can see her winning. She's definitely a horse you got to use if you're playing exactas and tries. She's always right there. And my 4th choice is going to be Camus. Camus is 21-1, but she may have a tactical edge on this field if she's able to break better, get to the lead, second start off the layoff. And we've seen her speed pop a couple fields last year. She had 2 wins in 2025, and she's a need the lead type. So the break's going to be everything for her. And as a long shot, you could do a lot worse than Camus at 21-1 when you got the true speed of the last race. So maybe another one to consider in today's wide open last race. We got 7 minutes to post for the finale. Exacta Try and Super offered in race number 8. Good luck.
Horses are coming on the track for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Scratch the 9. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Amalada Lady and Luis Perez. Number 2, Carol Said No, Emmanuel de Diego. Number 4 is Camus, Cabercoa. Number 5 is Practical Rachel, Jose Ventura up. Number 6, In Traffic, Oscar Gomez. Number 7 is Bayou Melody, Kevin Navarro. Number 8 is Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr. Number 10, Liggins Legacy, Jeremias Flores. And number 11 is Jackson Avenue, Jackie Davis. And already on the turn, number 3, Follow Your Arrow. And Andre Worry. Post time in a few minutes. 2 minutes. Got a late scratch. Scratch number 1, I'm a Lotta Lady. Number 1, I'm a Lotta Lady is a late scratch from this 8th race. Scratch number 1, I'm a Lotta Lady. Approaching the gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes down to a field of 9. Late scratch the 1. 3-2 favorite right now. Number 3, Follow Your Arrow. Loading up for the 8th and final. Thin legs. Liggins Legacy and Jackson Avenue. Somebody's off. De Diego on Carroll said no. Looks like everything's okay. Carolson knows jockey climbing back aboard. Liggins Legacy and Jackson Avenue. They're all on the gates. And they're off, taking up after the start, Practical Rachel. It's Thin Legs and Bayou Melody sending out for the lead. K-Miss and Follow Your Arrow sent through at the fence. Follow Your Arrow has the lead. K-Miss second. Bayou Melody is in third. Thin Legs 4 wide fourth. A length back to Carol Sendo in fifth. And a space of 5 to Liggins Legacy to the outside of In Traffic. Jackson Avenue's in second last and 10 off the lead. Then about 7 lengths to Practical Rachel, who trails the field. 3 furlongs to go. Follow Your Arrow on top by a length. Bayou Melody launching a bit on the outside. Now up into second. Camus trying to keep position in third. The gray Thin Legs in fourth. Carol said no. Another gray towards the inside fifth. Jackson Avenue is very wide in sixth, and it's Liggins Legacy in seventh as they turn into the stretch. Follow Your Arrows the first to face us. Bayou Melody comes to tackle on the outside, and these two are nip and tuck with 1 furlong to go. And then it's Carol said no. Belated rally from Jackson Avenue. 16th to go. It's Bayou Melody and Follow Your Arrow. Bayou Melody with the lead close to home. Bayou Melody with the win. Follow Your Arrow second. In Traffic rallies late for third, close for fourth. Practical Rachel or Carol said no. Seven three six two. Bayou Melody back to the winner's circle. Florida bred, 7-year-old dark brown mare by Cajun Breeze out of Haunting Melody. Windy Leaf Farm owns. Jonathan Buckley trains. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Pam Ginn, J. Kevin Hahn, and Daryl Soley bred by Bayou Melody. And that's 2 wins in the card for trainer Jonathan Buckley. $7.36 the winning mutual. Consolation double $2.90, regular double $15.92, exacta $19.18, trifecta $171.81, super $268.92, regular pick 3 $8.14, consolation pick 3 $1.67, pick 4 $75.59, pick 5 5 of 5 $194.47. Eighth race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Wednesday. Next live racing date will be Monday. First post, 12:55 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a great evening.